Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Buckle up, buttercups. We're back. We're back for the afternoon show, which is sure to be very exciting because we have Sarah Boone coming on the stand today. Did you ever think you'd see the day? Have you guys been just waiting and waiting and waiting for almost 5 years for this day? Massachusetts Crazy Cat Lady was singing that song. It's catchy, right? It's so catchy. Thank you to Turd Ferguson. If you were Turd Ferguson, aka Melissa, who wrote and produced that song for me. And I simply made that little video, which is not that great, but I have time to work on it. Sup, buttercups? Sup, buttercups? Did everyone get hydrated? Did everyone have a little snack? Did you make your popcorn? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? They're not quite ready for us yet, but you know, what's the rush? What's the rush? Jen Shawhader also canceled her day. Somebody else called in sick to work today or just took the day off. Someone else said they had to go to meetings all day. They'd be in and out. I said, what, you didn't get the memo? You were supposed to call in sick today. Call in with an eye problem. I just can't possibly see coming to work today. But I'm bummed. Don't worry, kids. I'll be here all week. Don Canine has a Turd Ferguson t-shirt. You missed the fan. The fan was a little bit nauseating. I got to be honest. It was a little bit nauseating. The watcher is so ducking ready to see this mess of a testimony. And Kez Chick 56, congratulations on your 5-month anniversary as a member of this channel, Cupcake Nation, or whatever we're calling ourselves today. Because as that sign says back there, I am not a cupcake. It's pink. You can't really read it. I have 5 kids. It's been my mantra since I've been a mother, or at least since I've been a mother of 2. You are not a cupcake. You cannot make everyone happy, but you all make me happy. I must make you happy if you're willing to join. If you're willing to join my channel. Adam Lally's resignation swears that he or she had a Pop-Tart for lunch, Wild Berry store brand. It was awesome. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Heather doesn't think we're ever going to be ready for this. Should be interesting. Hi, Robbie. Is this Australia, Robbie? Hello to Down Under. Oh, not intentionally at work. You didn't get the memo to call in sick or to leave with an emergency? I have a family emergency. My cousin Sarah Boone is on trial and she's gonna take the stand and embarrass the whole family. No. Oh my, Canada in the house. Any international viewers here this afternoon? Here's Arizona. Jerry's in Arizona in the house. Going to be interesting. Oh, I saw a wild press conference during lunch. The former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch and his partner have been indicted on sex trafficking charges in New York. The FBI, New York U.S. attorney, did a press conference on that, and it's interesting. Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's horrific what they did, mostly in the Hamptons, with many men that they trafficked from all kinds of other places, and the things that they very P Diddy-esque, very Diddy-esque. Didn't call them freak offs, but some other crazy stuff that they did with these mostly men that they promised, modeling gigs and stuff like that. If you guys are interested in that, I will cover that because I'm very interested in that, based upon a lot of things, but also my background handling the civil cases against the Catholic Church, the diocese here on Long Island, for many of the survivors and victims of that scandal on Long Island, the scandal that broke in Boston back in 2002. There was a movie Spotlight that was made about it. Sadly, they did not depict me in the movie, but some people that I know were depicted in the movie. So that is cool. But yeah, all these people in positions of power and tons of money into sex trafficking. Yep. Is it that you have so much money that you're just like bored and you get into all these crazy, ridiculous things and you think you're never going to get caught? That's a lot of it too. I mean, these men were promised lots of things. They were injected with drugs. They were given other drugs as such, like the Viagra and the poppers. I mean, it's crazy. Just what I learned alone on that 15-minute press conference. And I had pulled up that civil lawsuit a long time ago off of Pacer, and I just never got around to covering it. But it's crazy. Hey, you're in Freeport. Alpha's in Freeport. Power and control used. Sick, yeah. Yep. Cambodia is in the house. All right. The Maven 2017. Look at that. Yeah, if it looks blurry for you, it doesn't look blurry for me, but if it looks blurry for you, refresh your browser. Sometimes that helps. I don't know if YouTube is having issues, but it looks okay to me from here. And I'm looking on my phone, and it looks okay on my phone too. So that could be a you problem. Could it be? Oh, I'm depicted in your movie, Goodmans. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. Yeah, Robbie Robes, how about do good things with your millions? Don't prey on innocent people by promising them things and stuff and fame. And then did I see something yesterday that Harvey Weinstein has just been diagnosed with something, or maybe I saw that this morning. Karma knows your address, Harvey. You can't hide. Yeah, this is ex-Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Michael Jeffries and two of his associates are facing sex trafficking charges, which come after he faced years of allegations that he preyed on young models. And it says that these acts happened between 2008 and 2015, and it's all because the victims are willing to talk. So Sharon isn't rage crocheting. All the former Long Islanders are in Florida. Are you enjoying it down there, Crunchy Frog? Still too slow for your liking? Yeah, the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, the Harvey Weinsteins of the world, the P. Diddy's of the world. This guy, Michael Jeffries, Abercrombie and Fitch. Horrible. Yep. In positions of power.
We are on the record. 20. We'll wait for it. That's fine.
Buckle up, buttercups. Sarah Boone's going to be taking the stand in her own defense. Got to get your Dr. Peppers ready. We got Dr. Pepper emojis for that. All right. Hurry up and wait, everyone. Hurry up and wait. Dr. Pepper. I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. Who remembers that theme song? All together now. I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. Part of an original crowd. And if you look around these days, there seems to be a Dr. Pepper craze. I'm a pepper, you're a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I kind of like Dr. Pepper. I kind of do. I kind of forgot about Dr. Pepper until this trial. And Mr. Pibb, I think, is the imitation version of Dr. Pepper, but really, you can't replace Dr. Pepper. So come on, I'm a pepper, you're a pepper, we're a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? You guys know what I'm saying. We are Gen X. We are the Gen X crowd. many of us. If you're a boomer, you can let us know. We will not disparage you. If you're a millennial, we will definitely not disparage you. I don't know that we have any Gen Z in the chat, but this is the rhythm of the night. Yes, it is. Anybody watch the new Anna Kendrick movie? I started it last night. It's the dating game about I think it was the serial killer, right? Who went on the dating game? Woman of the Hour, it's called. I started it. I didn't get very far because I fell asleep, but I will say that I was loving the 70s fashion, the 70s set, the 70s, the bell bottoms, the everything. It was like the little part that I saw, the set decor was amazing. It was all on point. You know, the corded phones, did anybody watch Daisy Jones and the Six? That is one of my favorite all-time series with Riley Keough, who is the granddaughter of Elvis and sang for that movie, had to learn how to sing for that movie. Daisy Jones and the Six. Any fans? Oh, love that show. Love that show. And then I saw something came into my feed. Riley Keough, granddaughter of Elvis, was at the Chanel fashion show in Paris, and she sang a Prince song, walking around like the runway before the models came out. So good. Dr. Pepper Chardonnay mix for the Boonster, or Dr. Pepper with toilet hooch, which is apparently what they make in prison. They ferment. Apparently, they ferment fruit in the toilet somehow. I don't really know how it's done. I'm sure you could probably get a YouTube video on how it's done, but there is a way. Okay, so it's really good. Okay, good. I love Anna Kendrick. A lot of people don't like Anna Kendrick. I love Anna Kendrick. Love. Everyone's got it on their list. Okay, maybe we should do like a thing where we all watch something and then we come and discuss it. That could be fun. I don't know. I like entertainment. You guys like entertainment. I'm sure sometimes you get off the YouTube, right? Ralph Macchio was in a Dr. Pepper commercial, was he? Magnolia Gypsy, yeah. Here we have some boomers. Hi, Rita.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters.
No
She's in
wardrobe
custody without
change.
any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there. Has the case number on it and 3 black dots.
It's like, what's a
Sharpie.
disc?
Just a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Issues.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before we proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916-7-750 at 1.760 through 761.
Denied.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a
We don't know what that is until she testifies.
and to some degree, you have to understand the history of Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged.
Tell it to the
But there had been a history of
jury.
violence.
We don't care what you say.
From the evidence that's been presented,
I like
facing
to
the
teach the
circumstances of
world to
total,
sing.
if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when Jorge Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain Jorge Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
All right, well, we need an overt act,
The
sweetie.
basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by Jorge Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was
You're not
brought,
eliciting
and
anything
that's
because you're
why
not
she
questioning
tried
her.
to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video was because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
STFU. That's his response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot like that.
Bam, bam.
You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies that she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question.
That's why she needs to testify about it now before you can bring in the evidence. It's been litigated to death, sir. My brother.
Dr. Harper, where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation.
Bang, bang.
Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard.
Not fair, Your Honor.
Akendo,
Not fair. This is not fair.
Second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land, It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
And we cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack.
Let it
Correct?
go. Let it go.
Do you understand that? Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Ms. Boone, do you have pet mice? Is that for real? Do you clean out their cage every morning, Ms. Boone? Let it go, my brother. Bang, 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 bang. Yes. He is so much more knowledgeable than Auntie Bev. Not vote on a song. That's fact, yeah. Yes, she is a loose cannon, Marie.
State,
I
you
agree.
recognize our jury.
Yep.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Get ready, buttercups. Here it comes. Ooh, it's you, woman. See how I fly. Ooh, it's you, woman.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you can take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Oh, we know how to spell it. You guys ready?
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And
Mind the
from
mic,
that
Sarah.
time,
It's your
y'all
moment.
moved, you and your family, your mother and father moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Get her
Okay.
the mic.
And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes,
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
yes,
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you
I
lost
thought
your
she was
mother and
doing
father
narrative
in your
also. What are we
teens
doing
and
here?
in your 20s, is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior.
Okay, long crime. Hello. Somebody put the mic near her mouth. This is your 15 minutes, Sarah. Maybe he's going to ask her just like general pedigree questions about her background and stuff, and then she's going to go off on her narrative so he doesn't suborn any perjury. But she might have gotten Skittles for eyeliner, or a squirrel put her makeup on. One of the mice might have put her makeup on, Cinderella, perhaps. 101077 is not her prisoner number. That's her date of birth.
And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes,
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
Do you remember the date?
it happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes,
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right. Now, is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay.
Just go have a beer by myself. Here comes the alcoholism creeping in. She had to mention that part of it, right?
Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met Jorge Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And
We both like to
I
drink.
never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Time gets
Why
away when you
couldn't
drink a lot.
Believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I
Couldn't believe
would
it.
show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled.
Nobody falls in love faster than a narcissist who needs a place to live. Remember that.
Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes?
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home.
Force me
And I
out.
needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes,
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
for the most part, yes.
but you needed more.
Monthly income, yeah, $1,000 a month, alimony, no child support because you're a deadbeat mom. Okay, could somebody text Joel and just have him stand up and interrupt the proceedings and say, Your Honor, the YouTubers and law tubers out there that are broadcasting this cannot hear Sarah well enough. It's screwing with everyone's audio. Could you please have her move that microphone towards her mouth? Thank you.
Or to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes,
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes, this was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes,
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
he had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay.
And then you gave him a ring because you wanted the ring back when you were in the precinct. You thought you were going to get the ring back because you paid for it. So she gave him a ring. I wonder if he gave her a ring.
Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Here comes the narrative.
Approach.
Approaching for all that's duck and holy. Stay hydrated, Sarah. You're going to need it. I mean, let's keep an open mind here. Let's see if she can show that she was abused. We don't, we have a lot of survivors in the chat, a lot of victims in the chat, men and women both. So let's try and keep an open mind and see if she, if her testimony comes across as credible, what she's going to testify to. We know that on, oh yes, she's our hero. Woohoo! Thank you for fixing the mic. She wins. Yeah, girl, you got it. She's the one who brings her back and forth to the ladies for her comfort breaks and chains that belt on her and brings her out of the courtroom. Good on her. If we can find out her name, we'll shout her out.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes,
Do you remember getting up?
yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs. February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to
Had the earbud in.
sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes,
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes,
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
yes,
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
Puzzles.
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right.
We were going to do some puzzles and we were going to do some finger painting with his little fingers, the little finger painting after we clean the mouse cage, and we're not allowed to drink until we do our chores. That's what we're going to do.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could.
At 12:15 in the afternoon. Don't tell me you got up at 8 a.m., Cinderella, and started cleaning up your room, or did the mice do it? And then at 12:15, you're like, okay, it's after 12. We can start drinking now. So did they drink 2.5 bottles of wine?
Not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay.
Really?
So,
You went to
Y'all
Publix
bought a
because you
bottle
were
of
probably
wine.
out.
Yes,
all right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn, and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes,
Okay. Now I know that sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex, and it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
Does she have a license?
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed
I just don't think she
indoors?
cleaned.
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Mice?
Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Austin has
Yes,
entered the
Penny
chat.
is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
This may be too soon, but it's not the mice that were blind. It was one of the dogs. Too soon?
Yes.
Do y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our
It's a real
apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
Just no concept
Can you
of
tell the
time.
jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and
Oh, a dartboard. A
we
dartboard.
just had
because
drinks and
That's a really safe activity for 2 people who are completely hammered to play darts. Maybe you ought to stick, or unless it was one of those Velcro dartboards, maybe you better stick to the tiny finger painting puzzles, because those are things that are not sharp and can't injure a person with. Yeah, we had a hatchet throwing board out there. We just throw axes, axe throwing. It's a thing.
we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about
Good
things
day.
upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of,
She said,
I
he
guess,
had-
encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in.
George needed to change his
then,
scenery.
Did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle. at
Arts
some
and crafts. It's finger painting.
Yes. I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right, now whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And
Wait, I didn't know he had a cell phone. Hold on. Estrella said I didn't hear her say she had mice. That was in one of the interrogation tapes. She said it was her habit in the morning to wake up when she found George, that she woke up, she makes her bed, then she cleans out the mice cage. And then we had a disagreement about it in the chat about whether we really thought she cleaned the mice cage. And then she said she came downstairs, she looked around for George to see if he was looking on the laptop for a job like he normally does every day. And then she went outside to see if he was smoking. And then she remembered, oh, the suitcase. So she mentioned it in her statements that they played. Was it yesterday? It's only day 3. All right, here we go. Just took it back a little bit.
all right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So
it was
the phone that they
primarily your
found
phone.
inside of
Yeah.
the phone that they found inside of the suitcase must have been his phone. But now she's saying she didn't know he had a phone that his mother would give him, like a burner phone to call him in case of emergency. I have questions.
Didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
phone call?
Yes. He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughter.
Joyce is reminding us that in Of Mice and Men, George was the main character. That's right. Thumbnail ideas.
And then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yeah.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
And how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Thanks, Amy, for gifting a membership.
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside.
In the suitcase.
And frankly, I didn't want to be outside.
So I thought George would be better off in the suitcase. Age hacks. Maybe she experimented on the mice to see how long they could last in mini suitcases. Oh, this is the funniest chat on the internet, I swear. You guys blow those old chat rooms from the 90s away.
I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside. And frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
to the convenience store, walking,
For
He
what?
lied.
cigarettes.
Lied.
And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's
Objection
obviously been a
leading.
while, but
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was
Oh.
funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes,
The
everything.
missing piece. And after that, I was going to help him with the alphabet. And after we moved on from the alphabet, we were going to read a book called Run, Spot, Run.
Everyone but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember.
Well,
As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
your wanted poster for a
And I
lawyer
know,
was very
we saw
good.
some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Did you
Was
have
he
any of
pretty
your,
good
your
at art?
child's artwork on the wall? Did you have any of his artwork? Or was it just you and George finger painting with his little fingers? And you didn't even put up any of your son's artwork? Okay.
As well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoy doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go.
You encouraged
And
him.
we would just paint and
And
No. paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
The dogs did our work
Was there some
too?
dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out.
Painted
I
out.
thought that it might be a good point for us to
Wait.
maybe look.
Impeach her. She said she was puzzled out, right? How many times did she say we were puzzled out during the interrogation? Oh, my freeze game is on point today. They're coming to take me away. Ha ha! They're coming to take me away. Hoo hoo! She said she was painted out. Ms. Boone, didn't you say you were puzzled out? Now you're saying you're painted out. Which is it? Were you lying then, or are you lying now, Ms. Boone? I thought he meant, did the dogs get involved with the arts and crafts?
Listen to some music. And
His music makes her
the
fractious.
music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and
Yes.
it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just
The dog was dancing.
having a good time listening to music.
Okay. And
Anybody else have a dancing
I guess
dog?
it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at,
Okay, Julie, cruise director, you're fired. What do you mean you can't think of any more entertainment? Anybody remember Julie, the cruise director? Tell me what TV show that's from. My Gen X and Boomer friends in the chat. Couldn't think of any more entertainment. Hold on.
there, I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Nodding off.
Had y'all finished off the?
Were you nodding off? Or were you just bored? I thought you were going to have sexy time. You were waiting for him to come upstairs and have some sexy time. Or the intercourse, as you told Detective Goddess Jacqueline Smith Chelsea. She couldn't think of any more entertainment, so she was just going to give up. You're a quitter, Sarah. You're a quitter.
And just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the?
Just slam back the magnums.
He had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be
Bless
fair
you.
to say
Judge,
that as
the judge interrupts court proceedings to say bless you to anyone who sneezes in the courtroom. I think if I was there, I would just sneeze on purpose just to interrupt her flow. Just saying.
the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Oh, both of you.
Yes.
So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
Now she's admitting she was intoxicated.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
And your shower, is it tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding.
I was trying.
Okay.
Okay, for somebody who knows an awful lot about childhood activities and games and entertainment and finger painting and puzzle work and, a little puzzle, and then you get to the big puzzle and then there's a piece missing, you don't know how to play tag. Because when somebody says tag, you're it, you run away and they chase you. That's not hide and go seek, babe. It's just not. Your story doesn't make sense. I am Elle Woods. You're out of here. Done. Because she wouldn't go in the shower if she just got a perm, right? She wouldn't be washing her hair if she just had a perm. That's how Elle Woods solved that case. Name that movie.
And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
Settling
Tell us
himself
about the
in.
Suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we
Dig.
took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
Every time she
And,
digs herself in a hole, members, put some shovel emojis in the chat. She's digging it. No, or anytime she digs him, takes a dig at George. I took him on a trip to visit his family because I had to do everything. It was dilapidated, that suitcase. Who he hasn't seen, his children who he hasn't seen in so long. She likes to take digs at him constantly.
Recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania,
fractious.
who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
Okay, the
that's the reason
Thompson
it was-
twins have entered the chat. We have an emoji for that too. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah. Your son didn't live with you. Your son lived with your husband. You were like the deadbeat mom who never showed up for visitation. That's why he had to call you 5 times and you would ignore his phone calls. Brian Boone, your ex-husband. So you didn't have all your son's old clothes at your house. That's a lie. It's a lie.
Downstairs. You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And
Oh man, he's sleeping in
I
that
walked
suitcase.
over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then,
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
How big was George?
was my height, and
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay.
She was worried about his weight, remember? Talk about that.
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
He just fat shamed her.
Well,
He just fat shamed her. I was about to say to you, Mr. Owens, that you have earned your no money that you're making right now. You have earned your pro bono salary. But now that you just fat shamed her, that's it. I'm not even going to compliment you. That was rude. Is it fair to say you've gained some weight? Because she's like, yeah, I was 98 pounds. She's like, yeah, not so much anymore. Hey, babe. That was so mean. Hold
At
on a
the
minute. I'm taking
time-
that back.
and how much did
Am I
George weigh?
overreacting?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
You put on some weight.
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
Y'all were pretty skinny
So,
at the time.
From the pictures, it looks like y'all are both pretty thin.
Yes.
You can see she's getting mad. Like he's pushing her buttons. The dude, that was the wrong thing to say. That was the wrong thing to say. 'Cause now she's pissed at you. Now the next time the judge comes out and says, "Are you happy with?" Oh, my freeze game on point. Come on, you guys. Come on. Give me some gold stars in the chat. Now she's pissed at you. Now she's gonna become a hostile witness because you just called her fat. Dude, you fat shamed her. Remember Robert Tellis getting shoe shamed? He was shoe shamed throughout that trial. Cheap Nike sneakers from Ross or Marshalls, they said about him. Cheap Nike sneakers. I knew it was him from the cheap sneakers in the video. The little moccasins. You weren't wearing the sneakers. You were wearing those little moccasins, right? Oh man, we got to play this again because we're going to see, in my opinion, if you're a little bit ahead, because we're only a little bit behind, no spoilers, but her demeanor is now going to shift because the worst thing that you can do to a woman like her is call her fat. I mean, she's not happy. Yeah. Tell me what you guys think. He's going to end up in a suitcase. Romy said he's going to end up in a suitcase. Oh my God. Y'all were pretty skinny then, huh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
You put on
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all are both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
She can't think now.
It was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide, and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what was he saying?
She's going to be mad at you. You can tell. Patty says you're overreacting just a tad. In my opinion, don't be mad at him. But no, she's going to be mad about it. She does not like to be insulted, right? Remember during the interrogation with Ames and Gorin, or Jacqueline Smith and Mr. Big, every time they would insult her, she would go ballistic. Like, it's just, I think she's going to get mad. It's going to throw her off. She's going to be unfocused. And I think I'm seeing it already, you guys. I'm seeing it already.
Saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
She can't focus.
Just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something.
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
He gets in, but at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
This is not narrative testimony. I guess they decided to do it the other way, unless there's going to be a point where he says, tell us what happened next. And she's going to, she's looking over at somebody. She's got some kind of support in the courtroom. I mean, you could disagree with me on whether you think that was rude, what he said to her. My point is that she is going to think that she was insulted. And if you tell me, if you think that her game is off, if you disagree that her game is off and that she wasn't thrown by that comment and now she's obsessing over it, I mean, in my opinion, her demeanor has totally shifted since that comment. And there's nothing worse than insulting a narcissist or embarrassing a narcissist. They don't like that. They don't.
The 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance. But do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Joanne, he's not supposed to lead her, but the prosecution's not objecting. And I think everyone knows that to keep her on the rails, he's got to do a little bit of it. So nobody's going to make a fuss. They're just waiting. They're chomping at the bit for cross.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead.
He said so.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase,
Yes,
and you went to the suitcase
yes,
and shook it.
yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So
Did you hit it with a bat? Is anybody buying this? I shook the suitcase, said, please, please, please don't. Please don't. We're going to take it back. Okay, this is not just say no. I thought it was his tiny fingers. Now his whole hand is sticking out.
So I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
Stop
so
doing
his
this.
hand actually got out of the suitcase,
Yes,
and you went to the suitcase
yes,
and shook it.
yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Shake it, sugary.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
I would have lost my
Did
life.
you
How
lose
about
the grip on the suitcase?
I'll kill you?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now,
Okay.
we've seen the
Okay. So much wrong with this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me. I believe she said that 3 times. We were going to count every time she said something in three times. Please stop doing what to you? Please stop doing this to me. And then she wanted to take the bat to get him to go back in. This, so much about this makes no sense. And unfortunately, the jury is going to have to rely on their notes, and they don't get to rewind it like we do. So we're going to enjoy the power of the rewind. Please don't do what to me? Because in the past, she said that he said to me, I'm going to make you unrecognizable and you're going to lose your life. not I'm going to kill you and I'm going to beat the living whatever out of you to a bloody pulp. Sarah, you could do better. She's thrown by his comment, I'm telling you. I think.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now,
He's trying to shake his hand back in the suitcase.
it's a used bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here.
prodded at it, yes.
Why would you need a bat? Why wouldn't you just kick his hand? Why wouldn't you just kick it? Why did you have to find another instrument? Why couldn't you just kick his hand if all you wanted to do was get his hand to go back in the suitcase? Except you said that you thought he could get himself out, so you went to sleep.
Yes,
You grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
Leading.
I started with his hand and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You didn't tell the detectives that.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes,
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah."
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line.
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
She looked right at the jury for that. Did you want to kill him? She looked right at the jury. I did not. She's so dead on cross. Oops. I did it again.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
She's already done with her story. I mean, they're all the way at the part where she calls her husband the next morning because she ignored his 5 phone calls about whether or not she was going to come pick up the son. David Reese says, in my opinion, they haven't established an overt act thanks to the super chat. And I agree. Sticking his hand coming out of the suitcase to me is not an overt act. That a reasonable person would believe was going to lead to her imminent death. Take all the moments.
Mr. Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yeah, Sarah, you're allowed to curse.
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what
were the words
threat
that he
you
used?
heard was he's
going to
Say what he said.
Say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
One moment, he's like, Sarah, that's not what you were supposed to say. We went over this. We went over this during our little break.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
She said the phone was downstairs in the morning. Did she? And that's why she didn't answer it? I thought she said she was in the bed and she was on her phone. You know, she was awake, but she didn't come down until like 12:30. Yeah, not going. So thought bubble over Sarah's head right now. Let's put it in the chat. Thought bubble. She made him angry. There's no overt act as far as I'm concerned under the law. She may not be able to bring in the bad character evidence, the prior DV, body cam footage because we want.
Discuss with counsel at this point in time. Jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with
14
counsel at this
minutes
point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room.
Retire.
We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Pass long to die in suitcase. This is out of scope. You are the funniest chat on the internet. Own it. Tough room here. You
Oh, I see
guys.
it. Thank you.
Here's our hero. She's a bailiff or a deputy sheriff or something. She
State, you can proceed with
Fix
any
the mic
argument
issue.
at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games. And
It's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye. Name that movie.
everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being.
Thank you. Response.
It wasn't me, Your Honor. She screwed it up.
Judge,
It wasn't me.
this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Name that tune. And also, I want to see Sarah's face right now, too. Lawn crime or camera operator of the pool camera. I don't know if you're from Court TV. I don't know if you're from Lawn Crime. Always focusing on the defendant's face. Always. In every draw. Karen Reed, you were on her face the whole time when we wanted to see Brian Albert or someone else. Show us her face now. Now is when we want to show show us her face, right?
the evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video. There's no audio. There's no eyewitness. There's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words. There were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat and the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear.
We're getting to see her
Knowing
face
that if
now,
she
guys.
got-
If you're not looking at the camera, if you're not looking at the screen because you're screen because you're driving or cleaning or cooking or doing some chores, you might want to come out now and look at her face. Come out wherever you are. Oh, I have some Taylor Swift fans in the chat. WYR, it's Miss Americana and the Heartbreak Prince. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Jenna Hagg's got it too.
Got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact
Ducking.
words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take.
That's not battered spouse, though.
Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him.
We're just going to talk in hypotheticals now?
That's physical restraint to block an attack.
Yeah, that's what Daniel
Or
Penny
grabbing
did.
on the
This is you're going off into the deep blue sea here. Reel it back in. Come on, Owens. Come back in. Come back in. I know you're trying. You're grasping at straws. You really want to earn that no money that you're making. Maybe you'll get another big case sometime soon. This is not it. Do not die on this hill.
And you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Wow. If all judges could be so fast with their rulings, doesn't take it under advisement. He's like, I'll come right back. He's bringing the law students back there with them. They are the moot court team from the college where he teaches. I can't remember what law school it is. Guys, tell me. Berry? Something that rhymes with Berry? Berry Law School? Barry Law School? This is the moot court team that he's allowing to sit up there with him during this trial, and they are watching a historical case in very many ways because so many people are interested in this. Come on, Jesse Weber. So many people are interested in this worldwide for whatever reasons, just that it's a crazy case, I guess. I don't find it to be the most interesting case under the law. I mean, I guess it's just because it's a crazy case because of the suitcase. Suitcase. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. He's coming back. He's going to rule on this now. If you're ahead, no spoilers, please. This is Pop-Tart justice, says Thomas T. Come on. A little more. Thought he was on the bench.
Currently seated at council.
Sarah Boone, coming back over. Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at council's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. The court has the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. The court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear.
Wow.
That a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances.
I mean, think about it that way. Scintilla. You guys, we wouldn't get C-cross if you
so
figure
long
it
as
out.
the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order stated?
He's trying to be fair. He does not want to see this case
Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the law photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling.
It's a big one.
So I don't know if you want
It means
to deal with all of them.
it means they're going to get to show prior bad acts, the body cam footage from prior incidents. It means they're going to get to show character evidence, any prior physical altercations that we were in, to show his propensity for violence, to show that she had a reason to be in fear for her life because of the overt act of him sticking his hand out. The case law says they only need a scintilla of evidence, and we want to see all of that evidence. So I'm glad he doesn't want to see her again. Let the jury decide. It is smart to allow it because, like, she's already been through, this is her 9th lawyer. Nobody could get along with her. Lawyers came out saying we have conflicts. We don't want to represent her. We have, irreconcilable differences.
The time in front of
Let
the
it keep
jury, or
going.
whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now
Yes.
so that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So
Go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it?
Exactly. It doesn't mean the jury's going to buy it. Let the jury decide. They're the finder of fact here.
Identification composite L, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Photographs of a burn to her leg.
Yes.
again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner, and they're not jurisdiction, we have no objection.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit M, for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Because relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm.
Threaten the dogs with harm. I don't know. While she was in jail, did she watch the Ashley Benefield trial? Because didn't Doug Benefield say that to Ashley, I'm going to effing end you? And also, didn't he punch the dog in the face? Yuri's math teacher, why did they offer her such a good deal if they had a solid case? Judicial economy, expense. We don't really want to try this case because it's going to be a waste of time and money for the county, for the judge, for the jurors who have to serve. It's so obvious. You know, maybe she didn't mean to do it. So let's give her 15 years. I mean, she's already been here for 5. She's still going to get credit for time served, no matter what they come up with in the end. But those are my thoughts.
She didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dog, kicked the dog as a threat to her. So in order to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice stuff.
Judge, this is where he took a bat. It's 5 photographs where he took a bat to the TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on
Sarah's.
State's Exhibit 2, we're not objecting to that
Okay.
as long as it's foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P, is 2 photographs.
Oh, yes, they're going to cross-examine
Of an
her.
incident in which
No objection, as long as foundation's laid, et cetera.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is one photograph.
Part of the like stuff that we already done.
This, I was told this was separate.
Yes. Overt act is the hand coming out of the suitcase. There's a great comment here, but I lost it. Where is it?
No objection to foundation laid.
With regard to Q, no objection, so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R,
No objection as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R, so long as foundation is laid.
S
Same for S.
for identification,
With regard to S, no objection, so long as foundation is laid.
Same for T.
T,
No objection by the state, so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for U.
No objection from the state, so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U. Same for V,
Same for W.
W,
Same for X.
X,
Same for Y.
Y.
She's going to get back on the stand and he's going to probably introduce all of these exhibits and have her talk about them. Prior incidents of violence involving George, prior bad acts, character testimony. All that is allowed to come in now because she showed the overt act. So she's not done quite yet. She's just sitting here while they're talking about this stuff. Right, GP. Dog Joe, look at it this way. It's like letting Trooper Paul drone on with his theory. It just gets more ludicrous by the
It's
word.
one of the other.
Oh.
A, identification.
Chalk.
for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence,
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, same photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence. Presumably.
D for identification.
same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K only?
F for identification.
Some stitches.
Same thing.
They
It's
spent
included
some
in
money
your
on those
submittals.
exhibits.
All
Those
right,
aren't
same
cheap.
ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
No, there's her with a black eye. Look at that one on the ground.
G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
Doesn't.
All right, same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the two dogs?
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B.
That's a B.
Same.
Same.
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
I know-
but that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Body cams? Excuse me?
I'm open to battered woman syndrome, chronic shock. I'm interested now to see this evidence. I'm open to it. Just need to see some evidence of it.
Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got 2 deputies out there.
Okay. All
Um,
Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Counsel?
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right.
Yes.
Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
One moment.
Sure.
Behind.
We can bring back in our panel.
All right. More. We want some pizza. We want some more. Please, Judge. We want some more.
Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Thank you, Elizabeth Myers, for the super chat. Sarah found a temporary part-time job as her own attorney. Well done. Spectre the Horseman for your 5. I was looking for a job and then I found a job. Heaven knows I'm miserable now. The Smiths. Well done. Thank you, Amy in Boston, for gifting a membership. And thank you. The Goodmans gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bernie, for your super chat. We so need you and this chat and you, Bernie. Amber Heard vibes, says Amy in Boston, in her opinion. Thanks, Amy. Michelle says, yeah, say you look beautiful. Boston in the house. Thank you, Michelle. You can say that anytime. And you don't even have to pay me $5 to say it. If you had a phone, why didn't you use it? Or were they playing telephone with the string cord? No, I heard that his phone couldn't make calls. He had a phone, but it couldn't make calls. I heard somebody in the chat say that. That's what was in the suitcase with him? George's brother stabbed his girlfriend in the head, says Kelly. Yeah, there's, I think he's in jail, right? I don't know. Thanks, Aaron, for becoming a member. And Raven for being a member for 3 months. 3,000 people in here. Hit the like button and subscribe. It's free. Husky
State
Lover,
you
thanks.
recognize our jury. Yes, sir. Defense, you recognize our
She's
jury.
so mad. I
Thank you all.
agree with
You see
you.
it.
The body shaming isn't sitting well. But then again, who plays hide and seek? Mel, you're the best. Love this channel. Thank you. Love you. Thanks for the 20. See if her demeanor shifts back now that she had that little win.
Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hand.
Before you answer it.
Oh, hang on. We got to go back. Sometimes it skips ahead like that. Oops. Don't buffer on me. Don't buffer on me. Thanks, Husky Lover, for the 20.
Ms. Boone? So I think we left off.
Thanks, Zelda, for gifting a
You had
membership.
called, your ex-husband?
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Oh, she did call him at night.
Okay.
She called him at night and then she fell asleep. So she did have the phone with her. There's some conflicting reports. Thanks, ADHD Navigator. Free Karen Reed. Justice for John O'Keefe.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Sleep in
Not intentionally.
as opposed to out.
But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did she ever?
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon,
Correct.
and he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So
Dig, shovel emoji for the ex-husband. Dig. She's going to dig him after he pays her $1,000 a month, and she wants the alimony while she's in jail. And now she's going to dig him because he's so rude. He keeps calling me and calling me. He doesn't realize I have things to do around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. Listen to that. Wow, the guy that you call to be your fixer, and you're going to diss him on the stand in front of a worldwide audience.
because I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop,
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken
Did you step over the suitcase on your way to the back door or the front door?
my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
How'd you feel?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast. and
Aghast.
I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
Terror to
Bless you.
a certain
Bless
degree.
you.
I'm
There's
sorry.
a lot of
Say
God
that
bless
again
yous
now.
in there. Why don't you start
Terror
over?
to
You were
a-
aghast. Go back to 1. You were aghast. That's the only thing that you've come up with in the 5 years you've been sitting in a cell. Almost 5 years, not quite 5, pushing 5 years in a cell. This is the best that you can come up with. You were aghast. You can't describe it. You've had 5 years to think up how you could describe it.
I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry. Say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was
Across.
trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and
No
I
way she
continued
did CPR.
and he was gurgling, and
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
Stretched him out. He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not.
Because of my family being what? Deceased? Or I thought you said defaced. He was notorious for bringing my son over at bad times. Things that were not appropriate for your son to see because George would be drunk. It was what, 12:30 in the afternoon? How about because I knew I had visitation? And because I knew it was my visitation time, not because my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over at very inopportune times. Listen to this. Narcissist
My
playbook.
ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this.
Right. She was supposed to be at school.
So you
He's
called
at
him?
school.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes.
Mad. He was taking
I'm
so long.
still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Cross is
Did
going
he
to be
walk in?
so good.
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
The son was at school. That's why Brian was calling her to see if she was going to be able to pick him up because she was always flaky.
To this day.
Wait a second. Sorry. I was talking. I think he said, "Did you love George?"
Did you love George?
To this day.
To this day.
Why did you love him?
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say.
Two bodies
I
with
don't
one
believe
soul.
that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
What you call toxic relationship.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Can we
Did
talk
George
about him in
have
the
some
past tense, counselor?
He did.
Hold on.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of
Yeah, we do.
vodka, which is the big bottle.
With a handle on it.
And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
He's notorious. He would be outside from drinking all the time. Did he sleep on the porch? He's only allowed to drink outside? When you went to bed at 12:30, was the liquor store still open? Could he still go out and buy a handle of vodka? Hold on.
That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
I don't know what that means.
And
No, it could be true.
George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
It could actually be true that he drinks all the time.
How did
Was she in fear for her
George's
life? That's
drinking
the question that I have.
adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern.
Thank you, Team Brittany.
And then
Thank you, Team Brittany, for gifting 5 memberships. I don't know if I thanked you already. You're amazing and generous and an amazing moderator for this channel. And hi, Alex, if you're watching.
Object.
Approach.
What was the question?
and then
One.
why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Object.
Tell us his pattern.
Approach.
Okay. They're approaching.
Three and a half years. You already got the 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
Notorious Jules is in the courtroom. She must feel like they're talking to her. It's her nick. I think that's her. Became her nickname during the Maya trial when she was in court. Notorious Jules.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes.
did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
Do you remember this occurrence?
I don't, it was so often.
It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't,
but you're sure that that's you?
yes.
Is that the injuries that he, what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Just a minute. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I get your tag, just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is Maxwell, Judge.
I'm gonna full screen this for you so you can see it better.
Where you can use
Because
to.
I can't really even see what it is. Injury photos, I imagine.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes,
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by Jorge Torres?
yes,
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q, see if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay, do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off at the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
I gotta change the
Is
banner.
that a fair and accurate depiction of the wounding you suffered as a result of Jorge Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3.
Sorry, guys, I forgot to change that banner. It said narrative testimony because I thought that's where we were going. I think they do have police
You may,
reports from these injuries. We'll have to see.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Where's the metadata from the photos? When were they taken?
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Well, Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Just like S, but not court.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Good, will the jury say, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Were those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer identification L in evidence.
No. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
Permission.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
It's my thigh, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
Go ahead and tell your story. He's not going to ask her questions about this. See,
So
this is narrative.
George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
Stabbed you in your leg.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back
Minimizing.
porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And
Sounds
I
familiar.
come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and
Cursing the steak.
finding fault with it. And then, I'm
Bad
having
steak.
to encourage him to eat,
Bad
if
steak.
you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your
She's
potato?
gonna cut.
Potato,
She
what can
treats
I
him
do
like
to
a
make
child.
you happier?
She treats him like a child, right?
And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to
Was
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why.
Most of the time I didn't know. It would be in the past. It's been 5 years. Why is she still speaking in present tense? Most of the time I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police.
3 times. Please don't call the police 3 times.
Inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just let me give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything.
But you thought
And
you
I
were gonna
remember
bleed
holding
out?
onto the sink. And I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then
It was prior.
I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you this? All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Did you stick with the story you and George had agreed?
Composite zip. Okay.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thanks. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Can we flip it around? Ow, that's a big stab. That's a big gash. With staples in it? Look like staples.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Oh, I don't want to see that. Don't demonetize me.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay.
Surgery.
But you eventually recovered?
Did I miss surgery?
Eventually, yes,
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Could you step down and show me?
I mean, if what she's saying is true, if that's how these injuries were
You may-
caused, if there's some independent,
There's a
I mean, the inside, couldn't that like, where's the femoral artery? Like you could bleed out from that.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got.
I couldn't tell from the pictures.
They can probably see it from there.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an admission.
Oh, it's in the groin. Yeah. All right. Thanks. That's what I thought. I thought it was now that I see where she's pointing to. It is triggering.
All right, I'm showing you identification T.
I don't necessarily disbelieve her either.
I do. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. No, thank you. Upper thigh. Yeah, I couldn't
You've got an injury.
see from looking at those pictures what part of her leg it was.
Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep. And
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This is one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink.
That's what I
and he
mean.
wanted to
That's
go
why I
to
was serious.
Many times, yes.
I mean, that's a major
bed. You
injury.
were done. He was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me.
Here's the problem. People are like, I want to see documents from this. A lot of times these are not documented. And a lot of times if you're a victim like that or a survivor, you go to the hospital and give them a different story, right? There may not always be police reports. This may be really true. So let's try and dial it back just a little bit and talk about whether we think the jury is going to believe it.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
Okay, I need to go off screen for a little bit, but I'm going to still be here, so don't freak out. I'm
You may
not swiping myself out, okay? I will be back. This will continue to play, and I will full screen it for you.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, none of the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you would have been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You, for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you get
blacked
knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, yes, this is the identification you be admitted to.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go through these things. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to see it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
And he wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this attempt?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
Jorge Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated?
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be thinking.
Identification W in evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. Let's show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my house.
Or
They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser and the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in by
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
I'm showing you this exhibit. That's you?
Yes.
Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020.
yes,
And do you recognize that as your face, close-up facial?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But isn't this one right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 25th, I believe.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy and copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Were you poking with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's continue now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to Jorge Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so. Yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite for 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George. That particular day, holding the bat.
He was telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out.
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
But
Is that the result?
no, after that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, that usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
He's showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
Am I letting him in the stairwell?
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No, it's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendant's 15.
Thank you. Duh. I'm watching the chat. I'm watching the chat. Okay. What did I miss? What did I miss? Okay. No, I was listening while I had to go do the thing that I had to do, except for the part where I lost service for a little bit. But what I did hear was a lot of stuff that I think is going to lead to a demonetization for today's stream. But that is okay because I want to know. I was looking at the phone. I saw the black eye. That was a really gruesome picture. This is all stuff that we did not know, right? We're just going to take a little break because I think we all need to take a little breather for a second. This is all stuff that we did not know. And that I'm not muted anymore, am I? I'm no shrinking violet. You guys can hear me, right? Right? I was only muted for like a second. You should be able to hear me fine. Okay, good. This is all stuff that we did not know, right? We didn't know the extent of it. Why does everyone say they can't hear? Are they behind? You can hear me now, right? Okay, thank you. There's some people in the chat that are saying they may be behind. Pictures of things that we did not know about. Abuse being described that we did not really know about. I saw a lot of chatters while I had to step out and do a thing who were saying they were mutually abusive. Linda is saying this is what happens when we have two mutual alcoholics. We just see her wounds. We haven't seen this until now. Right. And we would not have heard all of this stuff if the judge didn't let it in. So let's think about that for a second, right? Let's think about a lot of you. This is Florida. A lot of you watched the Ashley Benefield trial with me. A lot of things in Ashley Benefield's trial were not allowed in by the judge. Okay. This is all stuff that we didn't know. And we were taking this case like it was a joke and, she's a wacko and like, we don't believe anything that she's saying. Does this change your opinion? All of the stuff because if we didn't hear all about this, we would all still maybe be singing the same tune, right? Zippity doo dah. But, does the fact, and I heard a lot of chatters, I saw a lot of chatters while I was doing my thing that said they were mutually abusive. But does that change your opinion with whether or not she, in her exact situation, would have feared for her life if he got out of that suitcase, what he would have done, right? So I don't know if I don't think personally, I don't think she intended for him to die, but I think that she intended to teach him a lesson, right? And that she figured he would get out and then she passed out in her drunkenness, which is very quite possible. I don't think she remembers making those videos. And so I don't know what the jury's going to think. There's 8 women and no, it's only a 6-person jury, right? I'm conflating my cases right now. I'm thinking of the Delphi case has 8 women and 4 men on the jury. This is only a 6-person jury in Florida because it's not a capital case. Based on the stories that she's telling now about the things that he did to her, that she's telling us that he did to her. Did she in that moment have reason to fear that if he got out of that suitcase, he might have killed her? But still, here's the thing. If she didn't intend for him to die, is that a defense? This is why it's a little bit tricky, right? If she had admitted right from the beginning that it was an accident, it was an accident. I didn't think I was going to fall asleep. So can you have it both ways, I guess, is what I'm asking. Because if you intended to kill him, like we know Ashley Benefield pulled out the gun and she had a reason to believe that based on his prior behavior, a lot of which we did not hear about. And the jury did not hear about, and we did not hear about. And we knew it came in that he always had a gun on him, Doug Benefield. And based on her testimony, which is, listen, she's completely different demeanor from Sarah Boone. She comes off completely differently, in my opinion. But I don't think that any one of us can sit here and say, this is how a defendant should act if they were in fear. This is how a defendant should act if they were abused. They wouldn't do this if they were abused. They wouldn't do that if they were abused. They would have left. They would have told someone. They would have made a police report. They should have called 911. And I think that there's a lot of things that are defendant specific or victim specific, survivor specific. Does the fact that they may have been mutually abusive minimize what she would have felt in that moment, that maybe that if he got out of that suitcase, he would have killed her? So yeah, but like a lot of people, my father was an alcoholic. He never hit my mom. Again, these are all personal stories, but some people get very violent when they drink. And sometimes there's DV without alcoholism or drug addiction. There doesn't have to be alcoholism or addiction involved to have, but some people say it's changes nothing. Some people say you don't know unless you're in that position. Some people say it's different from Ashley. I'm just pointing out these are 2 Florida cases, right? In this case, with this judge, we're getting to hear a lot more about the backstory of Sarah. She's being able to tell her story much more fully than Ashley did, despite the fact that it's 2 different judges in 2 different counties in 2 different parts of Florida. Justice is truth. Thank you for the super chat. As far as I'm concerned, after seeing all that time served, she has to live with that abuse for the rest of her life. And what happened, as far as I'm concerned, after seeing, oh, sweetie, I don't know what it did there. It kind of like repeated your message. After seeing all of that, you think that she should get time served after we're hearing all of this story about her abuse. This is way before, but I didn't thank you yet. Jerry from Canada said, Sarah preferred battered cod, battered halibut, or something else. Pam L.P. says I'm a little behind, but I'm going to get fired because I can't stop laughing. Your commentary is on point as always. My commentary is going to shift a little bit now because now I've heard a lot more about this case, and now I can kind of see maybe a different picture here. We haven't heard George's version. No, we haven't. Is anybody from his family going to be called to corroborate any of this? Do we have police reports? We're going to see some body cam footage, so keep that in mind. I'm just saying. In my opinion, we need to give some credence to this story. The state underestimated her defense, right? I think the state was counting on the fact that none of this stuff was going to come in because they didn't think that she could show an overt act. Each case stands alone, 100%. Every case is different. Every defendant is different. Every victim is different. People behave in different ways in different situations. I don't ever think that we can ever say, no, she's lying because this. She would be acting this way. She should have done this. She should have done that. Oh, nothing's funny about this, Amy. But when yesterday, we were laughing about mice. You weren't here. It was a whole different story. But if they were mutual batterers, does that mean that she should not have been afraid? See? So I don't know. Romy's conflicted now. I'm just thinking that people are re-examining their initial thoughts about the case. And what do you think the jury is feeling? Do you think the jury may have been sitting here this whole time? That's the thing. Can it be a sword and a shield? I think it can, because I think it depends on what was happening in that moment, right? Like when we talk about like the Karen Reed case and the drunk driving, and a lot of people are like, but all the cops were drunk driving too. but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what all the other cops were doing, right? DV is not a one size fits all, one shoe fits all, one little moccasin fits all, or one little finger. So I'm just saying that it's a different case now for me. If I'm a juror, you also are a mirror jury. Yeah. As Jimmy Buffett said, thank you, Aaron Nash. Rest in peace, Jimmy Buffett, who was actually honored at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction the other day. If we weren't all crazy, we would all go insane. All right. I'm just wondering what the vibe is here because I had to go out and do a thing. And then I was like listening in the background and I wasn't watching the chat. So I just want to know what you think. Somebody's saying I can hear you. And you're like 10 minutes behind. Toxic alcoholism. There's so many things at play here. Will the jury find her credible is basically what I want to know. She has changed her stories a lot. That's not unusual for victims. I have worked with victims for the entirety of my 30-year career. Victims, survivors, it's not unusual for them not to tell anybody. It's not unusual for them not to want to call 911 and not to get, it's not unusual for them to not want to get their abuser in trouble. It's not unusual for them to go back. It's not unusual for them to not leave. I'm just saying, does this in any way make you more open-minded about what happened here? That's all. Opening up a dialogue, a discussion, be nice to each other, and keep the chat classy. Okay, going back. Oh, going back.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently.
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
So for the people who are saying she had options, here's the thing. She had options. She didn't shoot him, right? So that's the difference, right? She shouldn't have zipped him up. If he was in the suitcase, right, and she shot him through the suitcase, it's a different case, right? If she's blackout drunk and she kind of passes out and she thinks he's going to, I don't know. I just don't know now. I don't know. I got to say, I'm thinking a little bit more about it than I was before. After the state gets her, there will be no doubt. Okay. All right. I'm just saying, I don't think it was as slam dunk now as I thought it was before.
Identification M. Did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are.
We're not
both
done yet
drinking.
either.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's two dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to defend?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You don't have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me.
Notorious
And
is
would
the word
say
of the day.
that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Midnight Mike says, I guess for me, he was not angry when he went into that case. No angry threats while she made the video. I just don't know how she walks with that evidence. Well, the cycle of abuse is like, the love bombing and then they're mean and then the love bombing. Like, so was he like trying to like, you kind of heard him like, Sarah, please, sweetie, honey. And she was saying, this is how it feels when you choke me. I don't know. She didn't testify. She said we were having a good day, right? There was nothing that happened in that moment that made her, that he didn't do anything to her or say anything to her, threaten her. Or did he say you're effing done right before that? She did testify to that. All right. It's hard. It's not always easy to get away. Somebody says, why was she with him? That's like the kiss of death, that question. Why was she still with him? It's not always easy to get away. If you don't know, then you're lucky that you don't know.
And this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes.
here?
I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have
Collected bunny rabbits?
here and there throughout my house and in my
Not real
backyard
ones.
area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes.
Somebody said I always have had a soft spot. Crystal said I've always had a soft spot for her because she seems a little bit off. I heard there's a song by Five Finger Death Punch called "A Little Bit Off." If you don't know it, listen to it. I'm a little bit off today. I'm a little bit off today. It's a great song. Rockin' tune. Just a little bit.
Members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands.
Nobody wants to take a break. They're like, just let us
We
out
may
of here.
have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening.
It's not
I
a little
know
past
juror,
5.
Third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them off.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Oh, the jury's working
With that,
hard.
Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Maybe somebody
Yes,
said,
sir.
why couldn't she keep all those lawyers?
Oh, I'm
Maybe
sorry.
they didn't believe
Yes,
her.
juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04.
do all
We'll see you
the
back here at
things.
4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved.
Jury,
So yeah, maybe her lawyer, her first 8 lawyers, some of them had conflicts. Some of them had represented George in the past, I think.
Trial
No, we're going to listen to Jesse Weber. We listened to me. Maybe they didn't believe her stories of abuse. And they're like, no, we can't put on that offense for you. We don't even believe you. And then, if you're a survivor and somebody doesn't believe you, you don't want them fighting for you, right? So I don't know now. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the jury's going to do. And it doesn't really matter what I think, because it matters what the jury thinks. The jury is the finder of fact here. And it's going to be up to them. We're going to see what other receipts they have. It's so far, we're just relying on her testimony. So we'll see what else they have. What time did they say we're coming back? 4:20? No, there are 2 dogs. One is blind and one is deaf. Unless, right? I don't know if she still has 2. Thank you, Scott, for putting the National DV hotline on the screen. I will put it in the banner for now until she comes back. Please call this number if you need to. If I can find it, it's in my banners. Here it is. Oops. I don't want to sign myself out. I already had to leave for a little bit. All right, here we go. 1-800-799-7233. 1-800-799-7233. If there's anybody in the chat who has ever called the hotline or needed to use the hotline or know someone who has, please tell us your stories of whether they're helpful. I would really appreciate that. 4:20. They're coming back at 4:20, and it is 4:21 right now. It's 4:20. It's always 4:20. It's always 4:20 somewhere. Please hit that thumbs up button. We have 2,750 people in here. And I don't even know how many likes, because I don't even know where my thing is on my phone. Jenny Grace has so many questions. Letter O's by Better O's. I believe they were both violent to each other. The state's going to show that during cross. They're also going to instruct the jury on the law. And they're going to give them the jury instruction on battered spouse as the defense, because then the burden then shift the burden shifts the prosecution to prove that she was not in fear. She was not using self-defense. 27 in the chat and only 1,400 likes. Everybody like it, because even if you liked it this morning, it doesn't carry over. You have to like it again for the afternoon stream. Please. Jebby Canfer says her testimony is pretty compelling. I'm shocked. I never expected this. Wish we had George's side of the story. Look at this. Stacy, you come in and says, my opinion, time served, right? She's already been in there for almost 5 years. So don't know. Oh, here you go. Lawyer Lovely lyrics. It says, if you want help, they will help you with everything. Housing, food, clothes. National TV hotline, 1-800-799-7233 or 7233 is also safe. Denise says DV hotline is very helpful here. If you get the courage to call, it's a very serious situation. Yeah, the hardest part is making the phone call,
All right,
right?
we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Dick Extra on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the state. County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Okay, after the afternoon break, Sarah's getting back on the stand.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir.
The
That's the
tides
plan.
may have shifted. Maybe. Emma called the DV hotline in the 80s and was put into a safe home immediately and says she made lifelong friends with that person.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our
Heartwarming
jury.
story.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
The hardest and scariest is making the call, says Denise.
She's up there. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ray Phillips, for loving this channel. I love my chatters and my members and my viewers. So for those of you who don't know anybody who's ever had to deal with this type of situation, listen to the people in the chat. They will tell you because they're very open with their stories. It's not always as clear cut as everyone wants it to seem, right? Sherilyn said, I'm glad she held out and fought for an attorney that would fight with her. Melanie says she wishes she would have called. Oh. You know, she may have been potentially in danger, but George didn't potentially die. Agreed. Sarah wasn't dependent on him. Does that make it easier? Genuine question. I think there's a difference between financial independence, financial dependence and emotional dependence, right? Because there is a trauma bond that happens
Yes, sir. Defense,
with
you recognize our
abusers.
jury.
And it could
All
be
right, y'all
both
can be
ways,
seated.
you
Thank
know?
you.
It could be a mutual trauma
Again,
bond.
members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
Rose says, I'm in a program called Safe at Home. There are many options. Problem here is she was also abusive. What evidence do we have of that, though? Yet. I mean, it could
For a
come,
moment.
but I haven't heard it yet, right? Zelda says, sadly, you think it will change or that you can change them. We listened to Ashley's testimony. She had to co-parent with him. I'm not saying she was justified in killing George. I don't think she intentionally killed George. Margaret, do you think she killed him intentionally? I don't see any evidence of intent. What I see is evidence of a depraved heart. There's a lot of things, a lot more things at play here than I think there were.
All right, members of
this
the jury,
morning.
again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on court statements, identification A, I'd like to.
Oh my God.
This is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
Life on Makeup says, my friend was a murder victim of DV. She always said if we can't find her, her ex-husband did it. That's exactly what happened. They didn't even live together. I think of her every day.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
There's a lot of layers to this.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. That's your arm.
Yes.
I mean, I can't see the picture from where I'm, but does it look like grab marks? I don't know. I can't see.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound?
The difference with Ashley also was that Doug never laid hands on her, but she testified that she thought he would based on what he punched the dog into unconsciousness, punched holes in the walls. She didn't let it get that far because she was able to get away.
Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Grab marks, right? Yeah.
Identification H. This is the eye.
I think that too. She was blacked out drunk and she passed out. I mean, this eye picture is. How did she say that happened? Because that was when I lost service for a minute. How did she say that black eye picture happened? Can someone chat that for me? Chat that for me. Yeah, these are the same pictures that they had up on the projector. But they're going to get to bring those back, some of them, back into the jury room with them. Yeah, she should have never talked to the police without a lawyer. You're right. It would have been a different case for 5 years that she's been sitting there.
And this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
He stomped on her with the heel of his foot in the eye. His heel to her face. Okay. People are saying she could have fell where she was drunk. Could have.
Camel bounce.
He stomped on her face. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying.
Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his
right.
brother.
To scare her.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you made a statement about telling something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him.
He pulled her down the stairs by her hair?
Downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I think I know why. They offered her that plea deal, because they were rolling the dice that all this stuff was going to come in, right? Now, we're not blaming it on the dead man. I mean, that's a silly comment. Let's blame it on the dead man and let Sarah walk. Yeah, I don't think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, has anyone's opinion shifted at the beginning of this case? I think that 99% of viewers on every channel thought that this was going to be a slam dunk against her. She's been in jail for 5 years too. So just keep that in mind as well. She's saying now that she's saying he pulled her by the hair down the stairs, and that's what the neighbors heard. Remember they said they heard banging and drunken screaming right before. Listen. Is this that same day or is this another time? Hold on. Now I gotta. Okay, let's go.
Or they hear a
All right, gotta go a little bit back
thumping
further.
sound starting
Hold
at
on.
the top.
I'm trying. Thank you, Summer. I'm trying to look at this objectively because I almost wasn't going to cover this case because I'm like, this is just like everyone's covering it. It's just so slam dunk guilty. And now it's getting more interesting to me as a matter of law because it kind of throws a wrench into things. Let's just listen.
It's the boys that live next.
Okay. You heard the testimony of two
You
boys that
heard
live
the
next door.
testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you.
Yes.
And you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
All right, listen
Have
up.
they got the knife wrong?
Everyone thought this was her kicking the suitcase down the stairs. She's going to explain. She's going to tell us what that noise was.
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night, with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Just the night before the good day with the puzzles and the finger painting? Or the night before he was found dead in the suitcase? He dragged her down by the hair down the stairs. Wouldn't she have injuries from that? I'm just saying. Because wasn't she photographed the day of? Would the bruises not show up yet? I genuinely don't know. Okay. Yeah. I can see this. Mimi's frustrated. She says, I'm frustrated because we don't like Sarah, so we think she's guilty, but we like Ashley, so we believe she was innocent. I didn't believe a word Ashley said. Well, that's totally, yeah, see? I mean, that's why the juries are the finders of fact here. It was the night before he was found dead. So it was the night of the good day where they did the puzzles and everything. Because she never this is the first time she's mentioning this, right? Right. She had no bruises or injuries. So now this is getting a little bit yeah. And it's like, okay, if you don't believe her about this, then do you believe her about any of this? So hold on.
The stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Not everybody goes to the hospital for these kind of things, Rochelle. I agree. It would be nice if we could hear from nurses and doctors. And
Now,
sometimes when they do go, they
Some
lie.
of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye,
Stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye, and you had
Missed it.
grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall
Many times?
asking
Happened more
the
than
officer,
once?
why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him.
Way.
I think you
Also,
said
I wouldn't want to
something-
take the pay cut. The good news is like Melanie's too snarky to be a judge. Will, have you been watching this? Because it's wild. It's taking a turn. It's taking a hard left. It's taking a hard left turn from where it was this morning. Way too snarky to be a judge. And who wants that pay cut? Just a lot of money. Wow.
I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever? Or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then,
Remember what happened with Gabby Petito. Remember what happened with Gabby Petito when they were pulled over and she started making excuses for Brian Laundrie. She wound up dead because the police, the troopers in Moab, or where it was Moab, right, told her to find a place to stay. She didn't want to get Brian in trouble. She didn't say anything. I don't know. In some jurisdictions, it's policy to arrest both parties regardless of the evidence. In Moab, they arrested no one and they told Gabby to go find a place to stay. Remember? Just pointing it out.
the point about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews.
Oh.
And
Don't. Just
as a solution,
why?
I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people.
She's jealous of
And to
porn.
me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Gabby was arrested.
He would download that on your.
Gabby was arrested during that Moab stop. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Really? Are we we need to bring the porn into it? You were doing pretty well. And now this is, you were mad at him for looking up. Okay, hold on. He would download. You don't have to download it. It's free. Oh my God. Come on now.
phone.
And else.
Listen,
or
she's jealous of
found
the
on
porn.
my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and
I didn't think she was
explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else.
Gabby was not arrested.
Or
I
at
didn't think so.
least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Yeah, Gabby was not arrested. Let's not spread misinformation. Yeah.
How did you stay?
Why did you stay with him?
As,
You got to tell the jury.
I thought I could fix him. I thought it would get better.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or
It's a trauma
when you
bond.
love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through, to serve someone else in a positive light, so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected and
He's a rebound guy.
very nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
I think she didn't fire them. They made motions to get out. Some of them were conflicted out because they had represented George. And we talked about this before, but I'm going to say it again because I think it deserves repeating. I'm a baffled says she has to have control. Why would she fire so many attorneys? She didn't fire them. Some of them withdrew because they had conflicts. They had represented George in the past, I think more than one. Others said that they wanted to withdraw because that irreconcilable differences. My take on that is if she wanted to tell these stories about her abuse and they did not believe her that she was abused, she may have been like, I need someone who's really going to fight for me that believes me. That's my take on it. But I do not believe that she fired any of them. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but only correct me if I'm wrong and you really know the real truth, not like Gabby got arrested because she didn't. I was like, what? Did I miss that part?
That's where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested.
She once said she was fighting back and she got arrested.
And I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But
Conversations with
first
law
I wanna
enforcement.
ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
Thought she was getting her phone back.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day, for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment
We need
that
to call
the
it corn.
and drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for
She's
her
allowed
to
to.
have me come down
Actually.
to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station,
I did.
and the original agreement was they were to come to you.
Correct.
All right, when you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply was getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Thanks, you guys, for the compliments. This is one where I'm really, I'm going to tell you my opinions. I'm going to tell you when I'm shifting my opinions. I don't want to ever lie to you. Don't lie to me. Would I lie to you? Thank you so much,
You may
Betters
proceed.
Rehoming Service, for the 5 memberships.
Ms. Boone,
Welcome, new members. New
Ms. Boone,
members.
tell the jury why you lied to the police.
Private info, thank you for gifting 10.
I lied to the police, basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt
Bless
of
you.
me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the,
Thank you, Jebby, for the 5.
to this incident.
Thank you, Jenny Grace, for suggesting people donate to the local DV shelters.
Is it fair to say,
How can we find them, though? This is a real question. How can we find them? Because aren't most of them safe houses? And where would we go to donate stuff? Because I have tons of stuff, clothes and blankets and coats and stuff that I donate to the Goodwill. Like, that's a great, somebody can tell me where to donate. That's a great idea. Or donate money, you're saying. Helps victims and their children with safe housing and resources. Thank you, Jenny Grace.
that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
All right. I'm just
As
going
we're
to point out a little
saying-
something about alcoholics and alcoholism, because she hasn't said that he does any other drugs. So we're just going to go with straight up alcoholism and a guy who is buying wine at noon. And she was too. Granted, she was too. And she's drinking all day. It can be like being with 2 different people, right? The sober version, maybe they're just hungover and it's not so bad. And the raging alcoholic, they're like 2 different peoples. 2 different peoples. That's not even a word. 2 different people. Jekyll and Hyde. It's Jekyll and Hyde syndrome, right? If you know, you know. So, I find this part of her testimony to be truthful. Yeah, she's been in jail for 5 years. She's had the ability to read lots and lots of books. Someone is pointing out that he had a lot of time to prep her. And it just really doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the jury thinks. This is one of the first cases that I've watched with you that I'm not completely passionate about one side or the other. I'm kind of like trying to see both sides of this right now. That's very rare for me, so enjoy it. Write the date down because it may not ever happen again. Because I usually only cover cases that I'm passionate about. And then when I started covering this case, I wasn't really that passionate about it. I just thought it was going to be something fun to do for a couple of days. So I didn't know it would take a hard left turn like this. For a lot of people, Romy is conflicted right now. Kimmy said it was bound to happen, yet who first? Thank you, Kimmy. Justice is truth. It's a different case now for me too. The cycle of abuse. Terry, thank you, says, I really like to know what all of those attorneys fought her on. That's what I think. Maybe. Thanks, Terry. Maybe they didn't believe in her and she wanted someone who believed in her. John says the state offer makes sense now. Sucks that this stuff almost didn't come in. It's a whole new light. Fear and wine-induced procrastination, probably not murder. Depraved heart. I don't even know if I could get to depraved heart. If all of this abuse stuff, if they believe all this abuse stuff, Kristen, and I don't mean stuff like lightly, just things, the evidence that has been brought out. Kristen, if she was terrified and thought he could get out, she wouldn't have been taunting him, she says. That's a good point. Cheyenne Brown says, also have to understand the power of addiction and codependency. It's not as easy to just do the common sense thing. Great point. Thank you, Petty Paralegal, who says, think about all the hours of prep Owens has spent to make her more likable. Petty Paralegal, if you're really a petty paralegal, which I believe you are, you know that there are some clients that are just unpreppable. They are unpreppable. There's nothing you can do. It's like you cross your fingers, you hope for the best, and it's like, okay. And most of the time, defendants don't testify, you guys. Most of the time, they don't. So think about that. She's a difficult client. We know that from all the attorneys that tried to get off of representing her. She's difficult. We know that from all the letters she wrote while she was in jail to the judge and others. We know that. Is she more likable? I don't even know if she is more likable. Do I believe her? I don't really know. But I know a lot more about the cycle of abuse and the power dynamics and abusive relationships from the work that I've done for 30 years and alcoholics and those types of relationships than many other people maybe do. Thank you, Sandy, for renewing your gifted membership. That is so sweet of you. And bless his mom from Texas. Thanks for the 10. This is why she loves me. She's real and honest. She's not afraid to say how she feels. Just adore her. Happy 9th birthday to your son, Austin. Happy birthday, Austin. Everybody give Austin a happy birthday shout out. Blessed mom from Texas is from Texas. You know that Lyle Lovett song? That's right. You're not from Texas. One of my favorites. Love Lyle Lovett. And I can't even believe that he was married to Julia Roberts. I had to just take a little break from this for a second and thank some people. He knows that you love your family. Austin, happy birthday. Let's be fair. Thank you, blessed mom. And thank you, Jenna B127 for gifting a membership and private info. Thanks again for gifting 10. You guys are really, really kind and generous. Thank you. And Amanda points out, I was in a DV situation. The police kicked you and your daughter, your 1-year-old daughter, out of your own house. Can I ask you a question, Amanda? You can just put it in there when you have a chance. Was your husband by any chance law enforcement? I'm just curious. Or was he a powerful person or a rich person? Just want to know, because that seems like the police would kick you and your 1-year-old daughter out of the house. That's insane to me. I don't know where you're from, and I don't even know if you were in that situation, if you should even say, but hopefully that's not your real name that you're using. Okay, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We're moving on.
Drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think, George, what bothers him?
Confession, false speculation.
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
But did he? Can we please talk about George in the past tense? He's been dead for almost 5 years. I'm sorry, it's bothering me. Not does he? You're not trying to get her in a trance so she thinks this is still happening. We need to talk about him in the past tense. Okay?
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
Drumsticks. Drumsticks. Don't be mad.
Extremely
Don't be angry.
Nervous.
Don't be angry.
Uh,
If she's an alcoholic and she passed out drunk and she didn't mean to, she's already been in jail for 5 years. I mean, don't be angry about it. Don't be angry at people for changing their minds because they know more to the story, right? She was very controlling of him though, too, you know? I don't know. Open to all viewpoints.
Anxiety galore. Just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event,
See what the
Is
state
that
does
the
with this,
state?
right?
that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety,
At all times.
but especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
It's true.
Yes, I knew George very well.
Objection non-responsive. Yes or no?
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're.
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree where
Now she's laying it on a little thick.
my plan was to show him the next day and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life.
No,
That was
she
a normal
oversold that
life for
part.
me. And
Trying to entertain him so I don't die. No. Trying to entertain him so he doesn't get into to be a nasty drunk, a mean drunk. You wanted him to stay a happy drunk. Yeah, see, that was oversell. That was an oversell to me. Okay. Good times, bad times. You know, I've had my share. Yeah, sometimes there's good times. Sometimes there's bad times. Sometimes you think they're going to change. Sometimes you could think you're going to try and redirect back to the good times. But you don't say that. You were just trying to, hold on. What did she just say? She didn't need to oversell this right here. She should have stopped while she was ahead.
Next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and
It's not authentic.
just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die.
Okay,
I would've
not every
died,
day.
or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
He would have came after you with the bat?
That's all.
Cross?
Any cross-examination?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we both. Oh, yes, we both. Oh, yes, we both reached for the gun, the gun, the gun. Oh, yes, we both reached for the gun.
George knows somebody named Crystal.
Crystal.
Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, who's Crystal?
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
Who's Christine?
I don't know.
Crystal Light?
How about a Pamela Erickson?
You don't know?
People that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on?
Buckle up, Buttercup.
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
She did say that during the hearing.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So
I don't know if he sounded intoxicated, David, if George sounded intoxicated or not. Some men can hold their
would it be
liquor.
fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm with you.
Can you show me the math? Show me your work on that. Oh, man. We're in sidebar. We're in sidebar. What had happened was
Bottles left.
I love
You may proceed.
you more than I did the day
You
before.
testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
If you know, you know, Cheyenne. the thumbnail, Andrea, with the mice and the puzzle pieces. I know. Got a little crazy on Canva last night.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing it was like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Yes.
I would like to call Yuri's math teacher to the stand. I'll allow it. Oh, I love it. I'll allow it. Debbie Jo, well done.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less.
goodness,
halfway through
no.
the label?
It was right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I think they started on that bottle first, and then when that bottle ran out, that's when they went to Publix to get the second bottle. But the question really, Sarah, is were you non-compos mentis? Were you non-compos mentis?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
She did. We saw
And we
that.
did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they're in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified
They're magnums,
today that
Tracy.
you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level.
That's my
yes.
problem, Jenny. I don't know.
Now, what does that mean to you?
So confused.
Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I don't think she reflects much, to be honest. I really don't.
I didn't know.
Yeah, he was 100 pounds.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
But you were always drinking. That's the thing.
All right, now,
Both of
today
you.
you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you moved the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, the video's not gonna catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, let's watch it. Kathy says, let's watch it. They heard you. Yeah. No regrets? Not even one letter?
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image underscore 1062 movie begins being captured.
Celebrite is accurate?
That is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image underscore 1063.move.
These are the directions for how to use the overhead projector. Yeah, the jurors have to be exhausted, Karen, but not Karen. I'm exhausted. Is it over yet? Can we fast forward? Oh, we can FF it a little bit because we're a little bit behind.
113.
There we go.
A second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Hi, Gina.
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
It was a good day.
That's because I lived.
It's a good day because you lived?
But you did not tell us
girl.
earlier.
Oh, girl. You had part of the chat turning for you. Part of the chat. It was a good day because you lived. Come on, man. How about it was a good day because he didn't punch me, or it's a good day because he didn't say something mean to me, or it's a good day. Come on, man. It's overkill. Hold on. Listen.
Push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Angry on and off throughout the entire day.
You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
It's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard.
She did
You
it
said it
again.
was a wonderful day and everything was fun.
Puzzles.
Until he was
Finger
in the
painting with the
suitcase.
little fingers.
Did you not testify to that earlier
Hide and
today?
seek.
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
Okay.
I'm getting whip.
And
Somebody said
he's
I'm getting
expressing
whiplash.
His anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies.
Yeah.
Please answer my question.
Big.
Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now, this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
He's so
Correct.
sweet. So sweet.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
Or you wanted him to progress
So,
and not talk to
You wanted him
Christine,
to understand how you
Crystal.
felt in the past.
and the other
that's
one?
Not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry.
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, she always claimed it was a good day going back 5 years, and he was dead, so she had no reason to lie after that. How come none of her letters, none of the letters talk about any of this, right? You know, there's some that we didn't get to, but she ever talk about any of this stuff? Because wouldn't she have said, I was the victim of severe abuse. You don't understand. I was fearing for my life. It was a good day because I lived. I didn't really mean it was a good day. I'm getting whiplash too. Corn, you got to say
I'm
corn.
going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061,
like
which
that
according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m., 31 seconds with her device.
Barbed one. I will always remember 3 hours that psycho almost got to you all. Come on, this was exciting though. It was like a real time drama. We were all involved in it.
All right. Does this appear to be
I
the
did.
suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are
I'm
filmed
always
at 11:12
understanding.
and 11:23 p.m.?
That's right, y'all. You'd want us on your side too. I was bamboozled. I want my money back. I was bamboozled. I was hoodwinked by the shenanigans and tomfoolery and the ballyhoo. Oh man.
This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
The trickery.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I know this is the state now questioning. Jen, it's the
Do you
cross.
remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Were you lying then or are
Is
you
there something,
lying
did you
now?
have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Sarah's getting upset. Sarah's getting upset.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
We got Boone-doggled Rubicon for the win. I gotta change the thumbnail, except it's a spoiler. People don't like when I
Now,
put spoilers
you testified
in case they didn't
moments
watch
ago
it with us.
that,
They
your
didn't
two
watch it with us
neighbors
then. They
must
lost
have
out today.
misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
Sunday Fun Day. Oh my God.
the day
Sunday
after
Fun
Monday.
Day had entered this trial. It was the Sunday Fun Day. Come on now. He did not just say that. Did he say Sunday Fun Day? Hold on. He did not just say that. I gotta hear that again.
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
He said it.
No.
He said
It
it.
was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame,
Thank you, Petty
you were the only
Paralegal, for the
person in
gifting
your
a membership.
apartment Plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment,
Like a roller
you had
coaster.
all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling
Come on, say
911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Thirsty Thursday, Taco Tuesday.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video.
I'm back to laughing.
the
I like us
22
laughing
seconds
better.
Where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly does it get you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut?
She hit all the
We need
beats.
to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Freaky Friday.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
Tuesday's gone with
What
the
you
wind.
described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles.
He's saying what we're all thinking.
Correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And you were going to cut up his steak?
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yeah, notorious. He's bringing it back.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
Oh my. What? Hold on. This is lawyering at its finest, because a good lawyer never asks a question that they don't already know the answer to, right? But there's no bad answer to this question. What would people say that you're notorious for? That's fantastic. There's no bad answer. Whatever she says is going to be a great answer, right? Listen, go back to it. He's full circle on this, and I love it. It's like a good stand-up comedian will have a theme throughout their set, and they will keep circling back to that theme. This is great. He picked up the notorious, and he's using it.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres
What do
as
you mean?
being notoriously known for doing things.
What do you
described
mean?
Your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you
Oh,
say
yes.
people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
oh, come on. You know everything, Sarah. You're an exceptional student. You don't know?
You
That's
would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me, he was just making sure that.
because you're unreliable.
Lucas
You were notorious for
was
being
covered
unreliable.
for pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the reporting of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
She didn't remember going to Publix with him. Lorraine says, if a heavy suitcase is pushed down the stairs, doesn't it make several bing, bang, boom, big, bang, boom, bing, bang. She said that he pulled her by the hair down the stairs, and that's what that noise was from. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. Lorraine, thank you.
Had indicated
would.
to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct? You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
That was not the truth.
Correct.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
They don't eat breakfast.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
I thought she did.
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
Sammy?
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
George had a pork sandwich, remember? Because you had a pork roast that you made for Lucas. I remember. She said, I don't know what I'm notorious for. I know. It was such a letdown. It's a letdown. I said there were no bad answers, but that was a bad answer. Pork and cheese. That's what she said he had.
At
Does she
one
have that
point,
too?
Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
Yeah, and cigarettes are expensive,
I know that
aren't
he could hear
they?
me through the phone.
So
I don't
how
smoke
long had
anymore,
that been
but
going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
he and I had
I don't smoke anymore and not in very many years, but how much are cigarettes now? I just need to know. And if you don't go to like here, you can go to like an Indian reservation and get them cheaper. But if you go to like the gas station or the mini mart or the 7-Eleven, how much are cigarettes per pack? And also, yes, Hate Corrupt. If you're having issues with YouTube, you can live chat them somewhere. I think, even if you're not a creator, I think you can. Check it out. Cigarettes are super expensive. They're spending they have no money like for food. Or now they got to drink the cheap wine. $12. Some people say $15 in Florida. I don't know how much there. North Carolina. If you're in tobacco country and they're almost $10 a pack, that's cheap. Because here in New York is like 13, right? Remember the old cigarette machines where you would get quarters and it was only like, back in the day, like $2.50 in bars. They had cigarette machines. You would pull the handle for your, I think I smoked Marlboro Lights at the time, but all right, Camel no filters are $15 a pack. It's a lot. It's a lot of money for people that don't have two nickels to rub together, right? Crazy.
conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's great.
Was there
eBay?
anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Sarah, you're losing the audience, Sarah. You're losing the audience. We were captivated. You've lost us. People are going to walk out during intermission.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was you looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Oh, you're just checking up on him? You didn't like it?
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay.
What
Well,
would you say?
were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
They must have receipts on this.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Plus ours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay.
New York,
On
yes.
any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a wad of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay.
A wad of
And
my hair?
You agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Oh, she always said we had to go outside to smoke. You heard her. I heard her. We all heard her on the porch.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you
Romy's
often
not
had alcohol
conflicted
in your system
anymore.
when you were going to the hospital, correct?
It's exhausting, all this flip-flopping, isn't it, Romy? Thank you for the 10. Thanks, Kimmy. Each bottle is 50.7 ounces. That's 153 ounces. Thanks for doing the math for us, Kimmy from Canada. Petty, thank you. Courtney gifted
so
5. Thank you, Courtney.
Just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it.
Thanks, Courtney.
You all wake up sometime in the morning,
Thanks,
but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
Clean out
So
the
that
mouse
is
cage.
true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
She cleaned out the mouse cage and she made the bed, right? She was worried about when she went to give her interview at the police station that she thought she was going to go home for after and just get her phone and leave and get his engagement ring off his deceased finger. She was worried that the mice were not going to get fed, right?
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters instead of
You're
the
not Vulcan. You don't know what a
750s.
Magnum is?
It's the double size. It's like 2
That's
bottles
it.
of wine.
I don't believe anything she says now.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
Wow, Sarah, that's
I'm
a
guessing
record.
So I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
Funny how
I'm
time
not sure.
slips
I mean,
away.
we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it. At
I
this
don't
point.
remember. I don't
I
recall.
don't remember.
I got no memory. Anything
All right,
at all.
and so
I don't
it ends in hide
remember.
and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
I don't recall.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
That's tag. It's not hide and go seek. We've been over this before.
So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
This is work.
Okay.
I was it and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20, and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower, were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes,
And that's when you return downstairs.
correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes,
And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. Can the defendant stand down?
Stand down?
Yes.
Yes.
Stand down. What trial were we watching where the judge would say that? Stand down. Was that Mississippi? I think that was Mississippi.
Could we release her into the well, please?
Release her into the well. Oh my God. Words I never thought I would hear. Yeah. This is exactly what we were saying yesterday. And they do listen. You know, they listen. Because remember the Maya trial, they were pulling their theories. The defendants were pulling their theories out of Reddit threads. Cause you had a bad day. Taking one down. Cause you had a bad day. Is he gonna put her in the suitcase? No, he's not. No. Oh no. He's not. Is he gonna put her in the suitcase? What? Into the wild, no, into the well. It's the well of the courtroom. I don't. Are they going to make her go in the suitcase? He already fat shamed her. Her own lawyer fat shamed her by saying,
Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase? if you
Fair
don't
game.
mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes,
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
if I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where
I
the
mean,
face
this is
left?
fair. Remember, they made Ashley get up and reenact her.
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy
Well, I mean,
doing
let's
that,
do it how it really is. Let's do it how it really happened.
Hold on.
She's ready to demonstrate.
Yes.
It's like
Agreed.
she's on the
She's
Price
gonna
is
be
Right, and she gets to be
manipulating
the model. You can win this car, and you can win this. I had a friend who was on the, a friend of mine was just on the season premiere of Nighttime Price is Right. And he sent me a message. He's like, make sure you watch tonight. And I'm thinking he's going to be like a model, like doing the showcase, modeling the showcase. He won the double showcase, both of them, because he was so, it was unbelievable. It was crazy. I've never known anybody to go on the Price is Right and then actually win both showcases.
What do you want to do? Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paper clip?
Where's the what?
Do you remember what? Which one it was in?
I got two different headphones on now. I got to go back to my both. She's ready for this. She wants to do it. Take a little trip. Take a little trip. Take a little trip with me. Take a little trip. Who knows that song? And what movie is it from? Take a little trip. Take a little trip. Take a little trip with me. No, it just happened. It was just the nighttime season premiere this year. It was just a couple of weeks ago.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred.
Yes, it
When we
was.
pulled
Oh,
the
you
suitcase
know.
out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutors attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
She does, though.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached.
She knows how it was attached. Let her do it.
Pull.
Is there an objection?
Low, ra, der.
Yes.
That's right.
Approach.
Low, ra, der. Take a little trip. Take a little trip. It was definitely Cheech and Chong. It was definitely Up in Smoke, right? Yeah. Low, ra, der. So for those of you who didn't see it, her own lawyer fat shamed her earlier when he said, how tall was George? And she said 5'3", same height as me. How tall are you? 5'3". How much did George weigh? She said about 100 pounds. And he said, how much did you weigh? And she said 98 pounds. And he looked at her and he said, oh, you've obviously gained weight since then, right? And her mood shifted. Like it was real. It was obvious,
Objections
right?
overruled.
Thank you. Justice is truth. Says, as an RN, we've seen many cases of this.
See how it was.
I always try to keep in mind victims of DV live in such crazy dynamics that life becomes toxic and crazy, and their reality is based on fear. Her flat affect is common for victims of DV. Thank you. Thank you for telling us that. And thanks for the 20.
That the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out. If you want me to do it, I'm fine. You take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was.
The court reporter is fantastic.
This was up here. This was not this hard either.
It was not this hard either. She's got to qualify it.
This was.
I didn't know we were going to get a demo.
Okay. About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
Sure. No, you tell us. You're fighting for your life.
Much closer. It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
We got a WD-40. Get the WD-40 emoji, you guys. We need
When
it.
you're
We got
done
it.
zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Need it. Need it. Got it. Anybody ever used to flip baseball cards as a kid? You flip baseball cards. Need them. Got them. Need them. Got them. Or maybe we were trading. I don't remember. Let's go Yankees. I knew that WD-40 would be.
I mean, it was the corner.
Really?
The corner was kind of open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was on pretty much. Yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
You didn't know about the WD-40 emoji? There was a squeaky door in a courtroom during a trial, so I made that because it was on. I'm here for you guys, and somebody requested it.
So once it was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, It's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's
That's
where
when
you
she,
start
there was no
hitting
video of you
with the
hitting him with the bat.
angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No,
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay.
In my opinion,
For yourself.
Kim's opinion.
And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct,
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No,
No other questions.
No other
Need
questions?
redirect examination.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
Briefcase.
The suitcase.
He just corrected her. Wait,
Correct. You remember what
briefcase. She's like, he didn't. It was a suitcase. She corrected it. She knows her case better than everyone.
you poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
the suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes,
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase,
yes.
was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
Unless they're not done with her. Unless they're not done with her. Whew. What a ride. What a ride it's been. It's like the Hulk roller coaster. I think we need to digest this for an evening, right? Don't we need to digest this? We need to think about it. I may need to go back and watch it again. Andrea Collins says, "Ruh-roh, she almost had us fooled. If it wasn't for those pesky mega pint bottles and the selective amnesia." In Ireland, it is 18 euro for 20 cigarettes. What is your currency in Ireland? Is it euro?
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse.
12
I'll read
Alpha.
you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you.
Yeah. Karaoke says, "Oh no, I was duped. Duped. I love your channel. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. And justice is truth. Please keep in mind, victims of DV, especially women, are held by control. We as a society need to do better and believe the abused. Absolutely. We too often blame the abused and not the abuser. Her ex is an enabler, and I bet saw the injuries. I need to hear more. I need to hear more testimony. So, and we are going to, and we're going to see some body cam footage of the DV calls that she made and what happened during those DV calls. And I think those are all going to help paint a picture here. Thank you, Justice is for Truth, for pointing out to us what everyone things that people should know. Thank you. I appreciate you. See if they have anything else.
Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic devices.
Smash the like button if you're tuning out.
This
Smash
case,
that like button on your way out. Share the stream. Tell people we have a good time here.
they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting.
Cull.
And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow. And the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Where are you going? Mad Miss Hatter says her son and George are the victims, in my opinion. I think Gina had a great day here. It's late for you, huh? 5 hours ahead or 6, depending on daylight savings. 5? What time is it there? 6? Is it 11 in the UK?
And do you recall to make,
Yeah.
do you recall that you've had with
Do you understand that?
What?
We
missed something. Hang on. Thank you, Adam Drives Helen. Just because. Thanks, Nancy Mel. Thanks, Adam, for your 5. We're not done yet. Just when we thought we were getting out of here. Oh, you're appreciated too. Justice for Truth
We've had
444.
discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of Jorge Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And
Wait, what?
I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So
Yeah.
ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes,
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they're exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
And then just scheduling purposes. we're
Somebody who's in
trying to figure
jail?
out When we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
I'll kick us to the next week.
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up. In
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state?
Not-
Anything else from the defense? All right. The court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling. This might help everyone with scheduling. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified that I need.
Where's
to call
Mr.
back
Big? How
because
come I didn't get
of
to see
some
Mr. Big?
impeachment issues of
Kind of upset about that. I gotta be honest.
so,
We're gonna call him?
and
Is he on the Brady list? Why are they not calling
we'll
him?
get into everybody else's witnesses stuff. I had about
Be like
3 or
Lally.
4
Call
that I
everyone
have
who ever
at one
touched this
time
case.
that we'll be proceeding on, and we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Wednesday's tomorrow, sir.
She's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given
Yeah.
everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what our plans were.
Deposition will be at, 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right, thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I thought Will was going live. Will, I thought you were going live at 6. Did you move your thing? Hold on. Did you move it? I was going to redirect to you. So I don't know what time that is, but Will's going live. So I'm going to redirect you to Glera. When we hit end, you will go over there if you like. It's not as filtered as I am, but I know we have a lot of crossover viewers, so we're going to do that because we're nice like that. Turd Ferguson is better than Adam. No, well, okay. Says $5 just because I'm better than Adam. Turd Ferguson also wrote my theme song. If you like my theme song, written and produced by Turd Ferguson. Amazing, Melissa. Thank you. Denise, thank you for your super sticker, the $10 super sticker. Fairy Ducky says, she said George walked into walls to explain his bruises, yet hers were from abuse. Shield and sword? I don't know. Need to see more evidence on that. Need to see more. I still have questions. Justice is for truth says, I hope the defense has a DV expert. Yes, I hope so. Suzanne says, thanks so very much to me and all the cupcakes and mods for being awesome and making it so easy to agree to disagree. I love this. Hugs to all. Emily Baker had 28,000 people in her chat. I love Emily Baker. I don't know how she does it. Does she have like 1 million moderators? Turd. It's an oversized hat. They're going to fight over super chats. I love it. Thanks for the 10. Thanks for the 10, Adam. Drives Helen, who's also a huge fan of Oblivious Benson, who I also love. I gave Oblivious Benson her big break. She was on my channel first. She called in. It was like a call-in show, and she called in coincidentally. She didn't even have a YouTube channel or anything. So that was super cool. Time zone is 9 a.m. Eastern. So that is our song. Turd, I'll never hear that Zydeco piano again. Thanks. Oh, are you being sarcastic? Did you really like the Zydeco piano? Her chat was awesome too. Almost nobody bought into Sarah's BS, but does she have moderators? How do you handle? Listen, we had, a light crowd for us because sometimes during Karen Reed, I think at one time we had like 18,000 people in the chat, which was crazy for the mod. Does she have a huge mod squad? Oblivious Benson likes you better, Turd. How does she do it? Oh, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate that you're here with me because she has enough. No shade. Look, I would love to go to a Dave Matthews concert with her. No joke. No joke. But I don't know how she does it. How many mods does she have? It's crazy. Yeah. So share the stream, like the stream, comment on the stream. When I hit end, you are going to go over to Glare. I'm just trying to find out what time his show starts because I thought it was starting at 6, but I guess it's not. I guess he moved it because of me. That wasn't necessary. So whatever time it is what time you're gonna be there for. I don't know. It doesn't show up on my phone. So thank you so very much for being here. Go back and rage crochet. And you need a break off room at 28K. I don't even know what that. Oh, we would need break off rooms. Yeah, because we have so many conversations going. Me and Ali Mata and Emily Baker. Does she collaborate with people? She's got to be so busy. I mean, she's got an empire over there, an empire. Any more thoughts, concerns, comments? I think I covered everyone. Let me just see if there's anybody else on my phone to thank, because I always write personal thank you notes. Nicole, thank you so much for the matchas, who also says, the crowd is seriously the best, and I'm so glad I found you via Ali Mata. Thank you so much. And Melissa, thank you for buying matcha lattes. And Barbara, thank you for the Venmo for a glass of wine. And I appreciate you. And Zelda, I appreciate you so much too. She says, I'm listening. Thanks for all you do. And Anna, thank you for the $5. All right, you guys, we're coming back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tomorrow's what? Tomorrow, Wednesday already? What day is it? Who knows? Then probably not even going to start on time. Oh, you know what else is happening tomorrow? I don't know if it's going to be televised. I need to find out if anybody knows from Kentucky. If anybody from Kentucky knows if the Toralina Fields preliminary hearing is going to be televised. That's supposed to be tomorrow. She is the woman, the 32-year-old woman who chopped up her mother, and she was cooking her in the oven. And the day before, the workers who came to the house in Kentucky, the farm, said that she was casting spells on people and acting belligerent. And the next day, the workers show it up, and they found her mom's body parts in the backyard. Some of her organs were in a mattress. And then they found a pot, like a cast iron or stainless steel pot of body parts cooking inside the oven. I did a show on this already. Kentucky, I know they allow cameras in courtrooms because we did the sheriff in Kentucky. So if any of my Kentucky friends, thank you, Cat Artist, for your super sticker, knows about Toralina Fields, I am going to, oh man, what do we do? What do we do about Toralina Fields, Rich Schiffer, the rubber duck man? That's going to be live. No, this just happened. Like, I did a story on it like 2 days after it happened. So this is her preliminary hearing. And so it's new. So would you please, hi, Anna Brown. Thank you. I already did a show on it. Look for it. Watch it. It isn't getting enough watches, and I don't know why. We need more views on that. Share it out. It's a crazy story. And I had some breaking news, like while we were live about it, some stuff came out. Yeah, that weird Kentucky case. Crazy stuff happens in Kentucky. Mom stew is full of family recipes. Oh my God. But then it turns out, wait a second, Tori Fields, she's got an alternate ego. She was like a model in California. I found her other Instagram. And then it turns out that she had a massive, they say massive motorcycle accident in California where she suffered a traumatic brain injury. And that can make you crazy, because I had a lot of clients, or more than one, who fell off of buildings and scaffolding during construction accidents. Number one son and child, Pop loves me most, says Adam's driving. Look, I keep fighting over super chats in my thing. I'll allow it. So maybe it was a traumatic brain injury that made her crazy. In the beginning, I just thought it was like some crazy kind of drugs, like, oh God, whatever Liam Payne was on, crazy pink cocaine, whatever that stuff is. The world is going insane. Justice is truth, and we're here for it. But if this girl, Tori Fields, whose alter ego, I forget her name, but I found her Instagram. She had a TBI that could explain some of this craziness, right? It is wild, right? Or, who knows what kind of drugs she was on. It was insane. All right, I'm going to teleport you over to the Glares. Tell him that that I sent you. Just say Melanie says hi. All right, and I'll probably see you over there, depending on when this is going to be. I don't know. Be cool, be kind, be classy. Cupcakes are sweet and sassy. I think I'm singing my own theme song. All right, you guys. Thank you. Moderators, you're amazing. I could never, ever, ever have this channel without you. Members, I love you with all of my heart. I can't make everyone happy. I am not a cupcake. Thank you again for this long day that we spent together. The afternoon stream alone was 5 hours. We've been here all day. I'm here all week, folks. You know I am. All right, be cool, be kind, be classy. I'll see you soon. Say hello to the Claire.